Journal entry number 58, 15th of October, 1895.
As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record the strangest case Holmes and I ever encountered. One where the most innocent timepiece held a secret that would unravel a web of petty crimes across our beloved Baker Street, and where a simple pearl would prove that sometimes the smallest evidence yields the greatest revelations. Little did we know that morning, as the spring rain drummed against our windows at 221B, that Holmes would finally meet a mystery that challenged not his powers of deduction, but his understanding of human kindness itself. The day began, as so many others had that season, with the gentle patter of rain against the tall windows of our sitting room, and the familiar comforting rhythm of Mrs. Hudson's movements below. I had risen early, my old army habits still governing my mornings, despite the years of civilian life, and was enjoying a quiet cup of tea while reading the Times, when I first noticed the peculiar silence that would soon consume Holmes's attention entirely. It was the absence of sound, rather than its presence, that struck me. For 3 years, ever since we had taken these rooms, the steady chime of the sitting-room clock had marked each quarter hour with the reliability of a heartbeat. Mrs. Hudson had inherited the timepiece from her late husband, and she spoke of it with the tenderness one might reserve for a beloved pet. My Albert's clock, she would call it, with a smile that softened the lines around her eyes. Never missed a chime in 27 years, Dr. Watson, as reliable as the sunrise, that clock. Yet this morning, as I sat with my newspaper and the rain created its percussion against the glass, I realized that the familiar brass voice had fallen silent. The clock face showed 10 minutes past 8, its hands frozen in position like a dancer caught mid-pirouette. The pendulum hung motionless behind its glass case, and the silence where its gentle ticking should have been felt, almost oppressive in our usually harmonious domestic symphony. Holmes emerged from his bedroom at precisely 8:30, his own internal chronometer apparently unaffected by the mechanical failure in our sitting room. He appeared in his dressing gown, his hair dishevelled in that particular way that suggested he had spent the night wrestling with some intellectual problem. His keen grey eyes swept the room with their usual intensity, and I could see the moment when the same absence that had struck me registered in his consciousness. "Watson," he said, pausing mid-stride toward his chair, "do you notice anything unusual about our morning routine?" I folded my newspaper and gestured toward the silent timekeeper. "Mrs. Hudson's clock appears to have stopped. I was just considering whether I ought to mention it to her." Holmes approached the clock with the focused attention of a surgeon examining a patient. The mahogany case stood nearly 4 feet tall, its brass pendulum chamber gleaming despite the grey morning light filtering through our rain-streaked windows. The clock face, cream-coloured with elegant Roman numerals, had always struck me as having an almost benevolent expression, if such a thing could be said of an inanimate object. But today, with its hands frozen and its voice stilled, it seemed almost forlorn. "Curious," Holmes murmured, circling the piece like a predator studying its prey. "Mrs. Hudson winds this clock every Sunday evening without fail. Yesterday was Monday, so it should have run for at least 5 more days." He peered at the mechanism through the glass case. The weights appear properly positioned. The pendulum shows no obvious damage, and yet... At that moment, as if summoned by our discussion, Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard ascending the 17 steps to our flat. Her knock, when it came, carried an unusual note of distress, a hesitancy quite unlike her normally confident rap. "Come in, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes called, not taking his eyes from the clock. Our landlady entered carrying a tea service, but her usual bustling efficiency was replaced by an obvious preoccupation. Mrs. Hudson was a woman of perhaps 55 years, with silver hair always neatly arranged, and an expression that balanced maternal warmth with the practical authority necessary for managing lodgers like Holmes and myself. This morning, however, worry lines creased her forehead, and she kept glancing toward her husband's timepiece with the anxious attention of a mother watching over a fevering child. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she began, setting down the tea tray with unusual care. "I hope you'll forgive my bothering you so early, but I'm quite beside myself about Albert's clock. It stopped sometime during the night, and I can't for the life of me understand why. I wound it properly on Sunday, just as I always do, and it was chiming right as rain. When I went to bed last evening..." Holmes straightened, his attention fully engaged now. In all our time as his tenants, I had rarely seen Mrs. Hudson display such obvious distress over a domestic matter. She was a woman who took household disruptions in stride, dealing with Holmes's chemical experiments, his irregular hours, and his occasional firearms practice with remarkable equanimity. That a stopped clock should unsettle her so thoroughly suggested depths of attachment I had perhaps underestimated. "Mrs. Hudson," I interjected gently, drawing upon my medical training to adopt the soothing tone I used with anxious patients. "Perhaps the mechanism simply requires adjustment. These older timepieces can be temperamental, particularly in damp weather." She shook her head, wringing her hands in her apron. "Oh no, doctor, you don't understand. This clock hasn't missed a chime in all the years since Albert passed. It's been like having a piece of him still here with me, if you'll pardon such foolish sentiment. Every quarter hour, when it chimed, it was as if he were still keeping me company." The raw emotion in her voice touched something deep in my chest. As a medical man, I had learned to recognize the profound ways in which people attach meaning to the tangible remnants of their loved ones. Mrs. Hudson's clock was not merely a timepiece. It was a daily reminder of her late husband's presence, a comfort that had sustained her through years of widowhood. Holmes, who might easily have dismissed such sentiment as irrelevant to the mechanical problem at hand, instead regarded our landlady with unexpected gentleness. "Mrs. Hudson," he said softly, "might I examine the clock more closely? Perhaps the difficulty is not as serious as it appears." "Oh, would you, Mr. Holmes?" "I'd be ever so grateful. I was going to send for the clockmaker in Marylebone, but if you think you might be able to help..." Her voice carried a hope that made my heart ache for her distress. "Certainly. Watson, would you assist me in moving the clock to a better light?" Together, we carefully lifted the timepiece, heavier than its appearance suggested, and positioned it near the tall windows where the grey morning light, filtered though it was by rain and clouds, provided better illumination for examination. Holmes retrieved his magnifying glass from the mantelpiece and began a methodical inspection of the mechanism. As he worked, I found myself studying Mrs. Hudson's face. The morning light revealed details that the softer gaslighting of evening often concealed. The fine network of lines around her eyes, the slight tremor in her hands as she watched Holmes examine her treasure, the way she unconsciously touched the simple gold wedding band she still wore after all these years. It struck me then how little we truly knew about the woman who had become such an integral part of our daily existence. We saw her efficiency, her tolerance for Holmes's eccentricities, her excellent cooking and housekeeping, but rarely glimpsed the private griefs and joys that shaped her inner life. "Most interesting," Holmes murmured, his eyes pressed to the magnifying glass as he examined the clock's interior through the glass case. "Watson, look here. Do you see anything unusual in the pendulum chamber?" I leaned closer, squinting at the brass mechanism. The pendulum hung straight and still, its polished surface reflecting the grey light from the windows. The weights appeared properly positioned. The springs showed no obvious signs of damage, and yet something seemed amiss in the overall harmony of the mechanism. "I'm afraid my knowledge of clockwork is rather limited," I admitted. "What exactly should I be looking for?" "Observe the space around the pendulum's arc," Holmes instructed, adjusting the magnifying glass to provide me a clearer view. "Notice how the chamber appears designed to allow the pendulum complete freedom of movement. Yet something appears to be restricting that movement." I studied the interior more carefully, trying to see what Holmes's trained eye had already detected. The pendulum chamber was indeed designed with precision, providing adequate clearance on all sides for the brass weight to swing freely. But as I looked more closely, I began to perceive what might be an obstruction, something small and round, nestled at the base of the chamber where it might interfere with the pendulum's motion. "There appears to be something lodged at the bottom of the chamber," I observed. "Something that wasn't meant to be there." "Precisely, Watson. And unless I am much mistaken, that something is what has silenced Mrs. Hudson's faithful timekeeper." Holmes straightened and turned to our landlady, who had been watching our examination with anxious attention. "Mrs. Hudson, I believe I can restore your clock's voice, but I shall need to open the case to remove what appears to be a foreign object that has somehow found its way into the mechanism." "Oh, please do whatever you think best, Mr. Holmes. I trust your judgment completely." Holmes's long, nimble fingers worked at the case's fastening with the skill of a practiced locksmith. The glass front swung open on its tiny hinges, and immediately the clean scent of well-maintained brass and old wood wafted toward us. Holmes reached carefully into the chamber, his movements precise and deliberate. "Ah," he said softly, withdrawing his hand, "most curious indeed." Resting in his palm was a small, perfect pearl, lustrous white with hints of pink and silver that caught the grey morning light and transformed it into something almost magical. It was perhaps the size of a large pea, beautifully round and clearly of considerable value. Mrs. Hudson gasped, her hand flying to her throat. A pearl. But how on earth did such a thing get inside Albert's clock? That, I realized, as I looked at Holmes's face, was precisely the question that had already begun to consume his remarkable mind. His grey eyes had taken on that particular intensity that signalled the engagement of his formidable deductive faculties, and I could almost see the wheels of analysis beginning to turn. "An excellent question, Mrs. Hudson." Holmes replied, rolling the pearl between his fingers as he examined its surface. One that I suspect will lead us down a rather more interesting path than a simple case of mechanical failure. He moved to his chair and settled into it with the pearl held up to the light, studying it with the focused attention he typically reserved for the most intriguing evidence. Mrs. Hudson and I watched in fascination as his mind began working through the puzzle. "Watson," he said finally, "what do you make of this pearl? Your medical training has given you considerable experience in observation and analysis." I took the pearl from his outstretched hand and examined it carefully. The surface was smooth and unblemished, with the deep luster that spoke of natural formation rather than cultured creation. The size and perfection suggested considerable value, certainly not a trinket that would be carelessly lost or casually discarded. "It appears to be a natural pearl of exceptional quality," I observed. "The size and luster suggest it would be quite valuable, perhaps part of a necklace or other piece of jewellery. The surface shows no signs of damage or wear that might indicate rough handling." "Indeed. And what might we deduce from its presence in Mrs. Hudson's clock?" I considered the puzzle carefully. Well, it certainly didn't arrive there by accident. The clock case was closed, so the pearl had to be deliberately placed inside. But the question remains, by whom, and for what purpose? Mrs. Hudson had been following our exchange with growing bewilderment. "Gentlemen, I'm afraid I don't understand any of this. How could someone put a pearl inside my clock without me knowing? And why would they do such a thing?" Holmes leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers in the gesture I had come to recognize as indicating deep thought. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, and somewhere in the building below us I could hear the muffled sounds of our neighbours beginning their daily routines. But in our sitting room, all attention was focused on the small white pearl and the mystery of its impossible placement. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said slowly, "when did you last wind the clock?" "Sunday evening, just as I always do, around 9 o'clock, after I'd finished clearing away the dinner things." "And it was functioning normally at that time?" "Oh yes, chiming every quarter hour, just as it always does. I went to bed at 10:30, and I distinctly remember hearing it chime at 11 o'clock, just as I was falling asleep. So sometime between 11 o'clock Sunday evening and this morning, someone gained access to your clock and placed this pearl inside." Holmes's voice carried a note of growing interest. "Tell me, Mrs. Hudson, have you noticed anything else unusual in the past few days? Any strangers in the building? Any disturbances? Anything out of the ordinary?" Mrs. Hudson frowned, clearly searching her memory. "Well, now that you mention it, there have been several delivery men around the neighbourhood this week. Young fellows, some I didn't recognize. But that's not so unusual. People are always having things delivered. And with the weather being so changeable, I suppose the regular delivery boys might be ill." Holmes and us exchanged a glance. In our experience, seemingly innocent observations often proved to be the key to unlocking complex mysteries. "These delivery men," Holmes pressed gently, "did any of them enter the building? Or did you simply observe them making deliveries to other addresses?" "Oh, they came right into the building. Several times, in fact. Very polite young men they were, always touching their caps and saying 'Good morning, ma'am,' and such. I remember thinking how nice it was to see young people with proper manners. The rain had begun to intensify, drumming more insistently against our windows, and the grey light in the sitting room seemed to deepen with the promise of a thoroughly wet day. But I barely noticed the weather, so absorbed was I in watching Holmes's mental machinery engage with this unexpected puzzle. "Mrs. Hudson," I said gently, "do you recall anything specific about these young delivery men? Their appearance, perhaps, or the nature of their deliveries?" "Well, they were all rather small and quick-moving. Reminds me of sparrows, if you'll forgive the comparison. And they always seemed to be in a hurry, up and down the stairs quite rapidly. I assumed it was because they had many deliveries to make." Holmes had risen from his chair and was pacing now, the pearl still cupped in his palm. I recognized the signs. His mind was beginning to form connections, to see patterns that remained invisible to Mrs. Hudson and myself. "Most illuminating," he murmured. "Mrs. Hudson, I wonder if I might impose upon your good nature to conduct a small experiment. Would you be willing to wind your clock now, so that we might observe its restored function?" "Oh yes, of course." She moved to the timepiece with obvious relief and affection, retrieving a small brass key from the drawer of a nearby table. As she wound the mechanism, I could hear the familiar sound of the mainspring taking tension, and within moments the pendulum began its steady, hypnotic swing. The first chime, when it came, filled the room with a sound that seemed to embody comfort itself. Mrs. Hudson's face brightened considerably, and I realized how much the silence had truly distressed her. "There now," she said with satisfaction. "Good as new. Thank you so much, Mr. Holmes. You've quite restored my peace of mind." But Holmes was studying the pearl with renewed intensity, and I could see that for him the mystery was just beginning. The restoration of the clock's function was merely the first step in what I suspected would prove to be a far more complex investigation. As Mrs. Hudson gathered up the tea service to return to her kitchen duties, Holmes caught my eye and nodded toward the pearl. In that silent communication that had developed between us over our years of partnership, I understood that our quiet morning had just taken a decidedly more interesting turn. The rain continued its steady rhythm against our windows. The restored clock resumed its faithful marking of time, and somewhere in London, I was certain, a mystery was waiting to unfold that would challenge both Holmes's deductive powers and my own growing understanding of the intricate ways in which human lives intersect with the most unexpected consequences. The morning progressed with that peculiar quality of suspended time that always seemed to accompany the beginning of one of Holmes's investigations. After Mrs. Hudson departed with her restored clock chiming peacefully in the background, my friend settled into his characteristic pose of intense concentration, leaning back in his chair with the pearl balanced delicately on his palm, his grey eyes focused with that laser-like intensity I had witnessed countless times before, yet which never failed to fascinate me. "Watson," he said after several minutes of silent contemplation, "I find myself confronted with a puzzle that presents several interesting facets. Would you be so good as to indulge me in a brief exercise in deduction?" I set aside my newspaper, knowing from long experience that when Holmes invited me to participate in his analytical process, the exercise would prove both educational and illuminating. "Certainly, Holmes. Where shall we begin? Let us start with the pearl itself." He held the lustrous fee up to catch what pale light filtered through our rain-streaked windows. "What can we determine about this object before we even consider the circumstances of its discovery?" I moved my chair closer to his, drawing upon the observational skills that my medical training had instilled, and that our partnership had considerably sharpened. The pearl seemed to glow with an inner light, despite the grey morning, its surface reflecting the gentle flames from our fireplace in tiny dancing points of illumination. "It appears to be a natural pearl, rather than cultured," I began, examining it closely. "The irregularities in its shape, subtle though they are, suggest organic formation. The size, perhaps 8 or 9 millimeters in diameter, indicates considerable value. The luster is exceptional, suggesting it has been well cared for, and is likely part of a high-quality piece of jewellery. Excellent observations." Continue. "The surface shows no signs of recent damage or wear marks that might indicate rough handling. If it had been carelessly dropped or lost, I would expect to see some evidence of impact or abrasion. This suggests it was deliberately placed rather than accidentally lost." Holmes nodded approvingly. "Your powers of observation continue to sharpen, my dear fellow. Now what might we deduce about the circumstances surrounding its placement in Mrs. Hudson's clock?" I considered the question carefully, trying to apply Holmes's methods to the puzzle before us. "The clock case was closed when we found it, which means someone had to open it deliberately to place the pearl inside. This wasn't a random occurrence. It required intent and knowledge of how to access the mechanism." "Precisely. And what does this suggest about our mysterious pearl placer?" "They must have had some familiarity with clockwork mechanisms, or at least enough knowledge to open the case without damaging it. They also had to have access to our building, specifically to this very room, at a time when they wouldn't be observed." Holmes rose from his chair and began to pace, a habit that always signalled his mind working through the more complex aspect of a problem. The restored clock marked the quarter hour with its gentle chime, and I found myself oddly comforted by the return of that familiar sound to our domestic routine. "Your reasoning is sound, Watson, but I think we can push our deductions somewhat further. Consider the timing of this placement. Mrs. Hudson wound the clock Sunday evening, and it functioned normally until sometime during the night. The pearl was clearly placed after the final chime that Mrs. Hudson heard at 11 o'clock. I followed his reasoning. So our intruder entered the building sometime between 11 Sunday night and dawn Monday morning. That suggests someone with considerable nerve or desperation to risk such a nighttime intrusion. Indeed. But consider this additional factor. The placement of the pearl was not random. It was positioned precisely where it would interfere with the pendulum's motion, stopping the clock entirely. This was not merely a hiding place. It was calculated to draw attention to the clock itself. This observation struck me as particularly significant. You mean the intruder wanted the clock to stop? But why? What purpose could that serve? Holmes paused in his pacing and fixed me with one of those penetrating looks that suggested he was testing my analytical abilities. Think, Watson. If you wish to ensure that a valuable object placed in a hiding spot would be discovered within a reasonable time, how might you accomplish this? The answer came to me suddenly. by ensuring that the hiding place would malfunction in a way that would require investigation. The stopped clock would naturally draw Mrs. Hudson's attention, and she would seek help to repair it. The pearl would inevitably be discovered in the process. Excellent. You begin to see the elegant simplicity of the scheme. Our mysterious visitor didn't merely hide the pearl. They created circumstances that would guarantee its discovery, presumably by someone with the knowledge and curiosity to investigate properly. I felt a growing excitement as the implications of this revelation unfolded. But Holmes, that suggests the intruder knew Mrs. Hudson's habits well enough to predict her response to the stopped clock. They knew she would seek help, and they knew that help would likely come from us, Holmes finished with evident satisfaction. Which brings us to an even more intriguing question. Why did someone want to ensure that this particular pearl would come to our attention? The rain had intensified while we spoke, drumming against the windows with increasing vigour and casting the sitting room into an even deeper grey twilight, despite the early hour. I found myself grateful for the warmth of our fire and the gentle illumination it provided, as Holmes and I worked through this increasingly complex puzzle. Perhaps, I suggested, the pearl was stolen, and whoever took it experienced a crisis of conscience. Unable to return it directly without incriminating themselves, they devised this elaborate method of ensuring it would be discovered and presumably returned to its rightful owner. Holmes resumed his pacing, the floorboards creaking softly under his feet, in a rhythm that seemed to complement the rain's percussion. A plausible theory, Watson, and one that speaks well of your growing appreciation for human psychology. However, I think we must consider other possibilities as well. He moved to the mantelpiece and retrieved his pipe, a gesture I recognized as indicating he was settling in for a more extended analysis. As he filled the bowl with his preferred tobacco, a mixture that always reminded me somehow of autumn leaves and distant libraries, I found myself studying the pearl, where it rested on the small table between our chairs. Consider this alternative, Holmes continued, striking a match and applying it to his pipe with the ritualistic care he brought to this daily ceremony. What if the pearl's placement was not motivated by conscience, but by fear? Suppose our thief found themselves in possession of an object too distinctive, too valuable, or too dangerous to keep, yet too risky to dispose of through normal channels. The sweet, complex aroma of his tobacco began to fill the room, mixing with the scents of the wood fire and the rain-washed air that seeped through the window frames. I had long since ceased to object to Holmes's pipe smoking in our shared quarters. Indeed, I had come to associate the fragrance with some of our most productive analytical sessions. Fear, I inquired. Fear of what? Precisely. Consider the elaborate nature of this concealment scheme, Watson. It required considerable planning, intimate knowledge of Mrs. Hudson's routines, access to our building, and sufficient skill to manipulate the clock mechanism without causing permanent damage. This level of preparation suggests someone operating under significant pressure, someone who needed to remove the pearl from their possession quickly, but in a way that would ensure its eventual return to legitimate hands. I found myself nodding as I followed his reasoning. You're suggesting that whoever placed the pearl might be in danger of being caught with it in their possession. By hiding it in such an elaborate way, they ensure it will be discovered and returned while removing themselves from suspicion. Precisely. And if that theory proves correct, it suggests we may be dealing with someone caught up in circumstances beyond their control. Perhaps someone who took the pearl, not from greed, but from desperation. The clock chimed the half-hour, its brass voice now restored to full clarity. Mrs. Hudson's pleasure at hearing that familiar sound had been evident and touching, reminded me once again of the profound ways in which people invest everyday objects with emotional significance. The thought of her distress at the clock's silence and her relief at its restoration added a humanizing dimension to what might otherwise have been merely an intellectual puzzle. "Holmes," I said, turning the pearl over in my fingers as I examined it more closely. "There's something about this particular pearl that strikes me as unusual. The quality is exceptional, certainly, but there's something more, a distinctive characteristic that might help us identify its source." Holmes looked up from his pipe with renewed interest. "Oh, what have you observed?" "The coloration is quite remarkable. Most pearls I've encountered have been purely white or cream-coloured, but this one has subtle pink and silver undertones that seem to shift in different lights. It's almost as if the pearl contains tiny prisms that catch and refract light in unusual ways." "Show me," Holmes said, setting aside his pipe and moving to examine the pearl under the improved lighting near our windows. As we studied the lustrous sphere together, I could see what had caught my attention. The pearl's surface seemed to contain depths of colour that revealed themselves only under careful observation. Hints of rose and lavender that appeared and disappeared as the light struck it from different angles. "Remarkable," Holmes murmured. "This is no ordinary pearl, Watson. The distinctive coloration you've identified suggests it originated from a very specific type of oyster, likely from waters in the South Pacific, or perhaps the Caribbean. Such pearls are quite rare, and would be easily identifiable to anyone familiar with fine jewellery. Which means," I continued, following his reasoning, "that this pearl would be virtually impossible to sell through normal channels without attracting attention. Its distinctive appearance would make it immediately recognizable to any reputable jeweller." "Exactly. Which reinforces our theory that whoever placed it in Mrs. Hudson's clock was motivated by something other than simple greed. They couldn't keep it, couldn't sell it, and couldn't dispose of it safely. The only option remaining was to ensure its return through an elaborate scheme that would protect their own identity." Holmes returned to his chair and picked up his pipe again, drawing on it thoughtfully as he stared out at the rain-soaked street beyond our windows. I could see his mind working through the implications of our discoveries, building theories and testing them against the evidence we had gathered. "Watson," he said finally, "I believe we must consider the possibility that we are dealing with what Mrs. Hudson mentioned earlier. Those unusually polite delivery men she noticed in the neighbourhood this week. Young men," she said, "quick, moving like sparrows, always in a hurry." The connection hadn't occurred to me immediately, but as soon as Holmes voiced it, the logic seemed obvious. "You think one of these delivery men might have been responsible for placing the pearl? Consider the advantages such a disguise would provide, my dear fellow. A delivery man has legitimate reason to enter buildings, to move quickly through neighbourhoods, to appear in locations where they might otherwise seem suspicious. Moreover, Mrs. Hudson specifically mentioned their polite manners, behaviour calculated to avoid suspicion and ensure they would be welcomed rather than questioned. I felt a growing excitement as the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, and a genuine delivery man would have knowledge of the neighborhood, familiarity with the routines of various residents, and opportunities to observe potential targets for whatever scheme might be unfolding. Precisely. Moreover, consider the timing. Mrs. Hudson mentioned seeing these delivery men throughout the week. If our pearl placer was indeed one of these individuals, they would have had ample opportunity to study Mrs. Hudson's routines, to learn about her attachment to the clock, and to plan their operation accordingly. The rain continued its steady rhythm against our windows, and somewhere in the building below us I could hear the muffled sounds of daily life continuing despite the grey weather. But in our sitting room, focused as we were on unravelling this increasingly complex mystery, the outside world seemed distant and unimportant. "But Holmes," I said, considering a new aspect of the problem, "if these delivery men were operating some sort of scheme in our neighbourhood, surely there would be other evidence, other thefts, other complaints, other signs of criminal activity." Holmes's eyes brightened with a particular intensity that indicated he had been waiting for me to reach precisely this conclusion. "An excellent observation, Watson, and one that suggests our next course of action. I think it would be most instructive to make some discreet inquiries among our neighbours. If there have been other incidents, other problems, other mysterious occurrences, they might well prove connected to our pearl mystery." He rose from his chair and moved to the window, gazing out at the rain-soaked street with the focused attention of a general surveying a battlefield. "Moreover, if we are correct in our assumption that the pearl was placed by someone seeking to return stolen property through an elaborate subterfuge, there may be other stolen items that require similar handling." "You mean there might be other pearls? Other valuable objects hidden in equally elaborate ways?" "Possibly. Or perhaps our mysterious benefactor, for I begin to think of them in those terms, has devised other methods of ensuring stolen property finds its way back to legitimate owners. The stopped clock was certainly elegant in its simplicity, but there are many other ways to attract attention and prompt investigation. I found myself admiring the psychological complexity of the scheme, if Holmes's theories proved correct. To transform theft into a kind of elaborate return system required not only criminal skill, but also a sophisticated understanding of human nature and social dynamics. "Holmes," I said, struck by a new thought, "there's something almost Robin Hood-like about this entire affair, isn't there? If your theories are correct, we may be dealing with someone who steals not for personal gain, but as part of some larger scheme to redistribute wealth or right perceived wrongs." Holmes turned from the window with evident approval. "An astute observation, Watson. The romantic notion of the noble thief has considerable appeal, though we must be careful not to let sentiment cloud our judgment. Nevertheless, the evidence does suggest we are dealing with someone whose motivations extend beyond simple avarice." The clock chimed 3/4 past the hour, its restored voice serving as a gentle reminder of the passage of time. Outside, the rain showed no signs of abating, and the grey morning seemed to be settling into the promise of a thoroughly wet day. But within our sitting room, warmed by the fire and animated by the challenge of this unexpected mystery, I felt that particular satisfaction that always accompanied the early stages of one of Holmes's investigations. So, I summarized, attempting to organize our conclusions, we theorize that a skilled individual, possibly posing as a delivery man, has been operating in our neighborhood. This person has stolen a valuable and distinctive pearl, but, rather than keeping it, has devised an elaborate scheme to ensure its return through channels that will protect their identity. The stopped clock was merely the mechanism for attracting our attention and guaranteeing the pearl's discovery. Admirably succinct, Watson. And now we must determine whether this incident represents an isolated occurrence or part of a larger pattern of activity. I suspect that a careful canvass of our neighbours will prove quite illuminating. Holmes moved to the coat closet and began to select appropriate garments for venturing out into the wet morning. I watched him with the familiar anticipation that always accompanied the transition from theoretical analysis to active investigation. "Shall we begin with the immediate vicinity?" I asked, rising to prepare for our expedition. "Indeed. And Watson, bring your medical bag. I have a feeling that before this mystery is fully resolved, your professional skills may prove as valuable as your powers of observation." As I gathered my things, I found myself reflecting on the elegant complexity of the puzzle we had uncovered. What had begun as a simple request to repair a stopped clock had evolved into a mystery that touched on questions of morality, desperation, and the intricate ways in which human lives intersect. The pearl, now safely wrapped in Holmes's handkerchief, represented not merely a valuable object, but a key to understanding motivations and circumstances that remained hidden beneath the surface of our quiet neighborhood's daily routine. The rain continued to drum against our windows as we prepared to venture out into the grey London morning, and I found myself eagerly anticipating whatever revelations our investigation might uncover. Venturing out into the rain-washed streets of Baker Street that morning, I was struck by how the weather seemed to have transformed our familiar neighborhood into something both mysterious and melancholy. The persistent drizzle had driven most pedestrians indoors, leaving the usually bustling thoroughfare oddly quiet, save for the steady patter of raindrops on cobblestones and the occasional splash of a hansom cab navigating the puddles that had gathered in the street's uneven surface. Holmes walked beside me with that purposeful stride I had come to associate with the beginning phases of an investigation, his keen eyes constantly scanning our surroundings for details that might escape ordinary observation. He had wrapped the distinctive pearl carefully in his handkerchief and secured it in his waistcoat pocket, but I could see his hand unconsciously check its presence with the frequency of a man carrying something precious and potentially revealing. "Where shall we begin our inquiries?" I asked, as we paused under the inadequate shelter of a shop awning to survey the street before us. "I think we should start with Mrs. Patterson at number 221C, Holmes replied, indicating the building immediately adjacent to our own. As our closest neighbour, she would be most likely to have observed any unusual activity around our building. Moreover, her sitting room window provides an excellent vantage point for monitoring comings and goings in the immediate vicinity. Mrs. Patterson proved to be a woman of perhaps 60 years, with silver hair neatly arranged beneath a black lace cap, and the sharp, observant eyes of someone who had spent many years watching the world from her window. She received us in a sitting room that was a testament to Victorian domestic comfort. heavy velvet curtains, antimacassars draped over well-upholstered furniture, and a collection of small ornamental clocks that filled the space with a gentle symphony of ticking. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she greeted us warmly. "How pleasant to see you both. Please do sit down. I was just preparing tea. This dreadful weather seems to call for something warmer, don't you think?" As she bustled about arranging refreshments, I found myself fascinated by the collection of timepieces that adorned her mantelpiece and scattered throughout the room. Unlike Mrs. Hudson's single, cherished clock, Mrs. Patterson appeared to be something of a collector. Each piece different in style and period, yet all maintaining their steady rhythm in harmonious counterpoint. "Mrs. Patterson," Holmes began once we were settled with our tea, "I wonder if you might have noticed anything unusual in the neighborhood recently. Any strangers, perhaps, or activities that struck you as out of the ordinary?" Her eyes brightened with the enthusiasm of someone who clearly took pleasure in observing and discussing the daily dramas of neighborhood life. "Oh my, yes, indeed. There have been quite a few unusual happenings this week. Most peculiar, really." Holmes and I exchanged a glance of barely concealed excitement. "Please, tell us everything you've observed," I encouraged gently. "Well, to begin with, there have been several delivery men about, young fellows I didn't recognize. Normally, we see the same faces week after week, you understand. Old Mr. Jameson from the grocer's, young Peter from the fishmonger, that sort of thing. But this week, there have been at least 3 or 4 different young men making deliveries throughout the street." "Can you describe these men?" Holmes asked, his voice carefully neutral, despite what I could see was intense interest. Small, wiry fellows, most of them, very quick in their movements, reminded me of cats, actually, the way they seemed to flow up and down the steps. Always very polite, though. "Good morning, ma'am. And lovely day, isn't it? And such pleasantries." I remember thinking how refreshing it was to encounter young people with proper manners. Holmes leaned forward slightly. "Did you observe them making actual deliveries, or were their activities less specific?" Mrs. Patterson paused, her teacup halfway to her lips, as if the question had prompted her to reconsider what she had witnessed. "Now that you mention it, that is rather odd. I saw them entering various buildings along the street, but I can't recall actually seeing them carrying packages or parcels. I simply assumed, one does assume that delivery men are making deliveries, doesn't one? Indeed one does," Holmes agreed. "Did you notice whether they visited any particular buildings more frequently than others?" "Well, they certainly seemed to spend considerable time in our building, and the ones immediately adjacent. Mrs. Whitmore at 219 mentioned seeing one of them several times, and I believe Mrs. Fletcher at 223 had a similar experience." I felt a growing sense of unease as the pattern emerged. These mysterious delivery men had been focusing their attention on a very specific area of Baker Street, precisely the area that included our own lodgings and those of our immediate neighbours. "Mrs. Patterson," I interjected, "have you or any of your neighbours experienced any difficulties recently? Missing items, perhaps, or other problems that might seem minor individually but could be related?" Her expression grew thoughtful, and she set down her teacup with a slight frown. "You know, Dr. Watson, now that you ask directly, there have been a few odd things." Nothing serious enough to report to the police, you understand, but certainly enough to cause comment among the neighbours. Holmes's attention sharpened perceptibly. What sort of odd things? Well, Mrs. Whitmore mentioned that her grandmother's silver thimble had gone missing from her sewing basket. She assumed she'd simply misplaced it. But it was quite distinctive, engraved with her grandmother's initials and decorated with tiny roses. She was quite distressed about it, as you can imagine. And Mrs. Fletcher? Oh, a most peculiar incident indeed. Her prized china shepherdess, a lovely piece from her mantelpiece collection, simply vanished one day. She was certain she had left it in its usual place, but when she went to dust it the following morning, it was simply gone. She searched the entire house, thinking perhaps the maid had moved it, but it never turned up. Holmes and I listened with growing fascination as Mrs. Patterson continued her recitation of neighbourhood mysteries. Each incident, viewed individually, might have been dismissed as simple misplacement or household confusion. Taken together, however, they suggested a pattern of systematic theft conducted with remarkable subtlety. And then there was poor Mr. Henley at 225, Mrs. Patterson continued. His pocket watch, a gold piece that belonged to his father, disappeared from his bedside table. He was particularly upset because it had his father's initials engraved on the case and had considerable sentimental value beyond its monetary worth. I found myself thinking of Mrs. Hudson's attachment to her late husband's clock and how distressed she had been at its silence. These thefts, if such they were, seemed to target objects with deep personal significance rather than simple monetary value. Mrs. Patterson, Holmes said carefully, in each of these cases, were the missing items ever recovered? Well, that's the most extraordinary thing, she replied, her eyes widening as if she'd only just realized the significance of what she was about to relate. Yes, they were all found, but in the most peculiar circumstances. Holmes and I sat forward simultaneously, our attention riveted by this unexpected revelation. Please, tell us exactly what happened, I urged. Mrs. Whitmore's thimble turned up in her garden, nestled among the roses like some sort of fairy treasure. She found it quite by accident while deadheading the blooms. Mrs. Fletcher discovered her shepherdess on her own doorstep one morning, wrapped in brown paper like a proper package, but with no indication of who had returned it or why. And Mr. Henley's watch, Holmes inquired, the most remarkable thing of all. It appeared in his coat pocket, the very coat he had been wearing when he first noticed the watch was missing. He was absolutely certain it hadn't been there before. Yet, there it was, as if it had never been gone at all. The pattern was becoming unmistakably clear. Someone had been systematically stealing objects of personal significance from our neighbours, only to return them through equally mysterious means. The pearl in Mrs. Hudson's clock was not an isolated incident, but part of an elaborate scheme whose purpose remained tantalizingly unclear. Mrs. Patterson, Holmes said, did any of your neighbours report these incidents to the police? Oh no, Mr. Holmes, what would have been the point? Nothing was actually missing in the end, was it? The constables would have thought us all quite mad, reporting thefts of objects that had been returned. Besides, no real harm was done. If anything, people seemed rather charmed by the mystery of it all, As we took our leave of Mrs. Patterson and ventured back into the persistent rain, I found myself overwhelmed by the complexity of what we had discovered. The neat explanation of a conscience-stricken thief returning stolen goods had given way to something far more puzzling and elaborate. "Holmes," I said as we walked toward our next destination, "what sort of criminal steals valuable objects only to return them through such elaborate means? What possible purpose could such behavior serve?" "That, Watson, is precisely the question that makes this case so fascinating," Holmes replied, his eyes bright with intellectual excitement, despite the dreary weather. "We are clearly dealing with someone whose motivations extend far beyond simple theft and profit." Our next stop was Mrs. Whitmore's establishment at 219 Baker Street, a neat house distinguished by its well-tended window boxes and the warm glow of gas lighting that beckoned invitingly through the rain-streaked glass. Mrs. Whitmore herself proved to be a woman of perhaps 50 years, with a pleasantly rounded figure and the gentle demeanour of someone accustomed to finding joy in simple domestic pleasures. Her sitting room was a shrine to the art of needlework. Samplers hung on every wall, intricate embroidery, decorated cushions, and table runners, and several works in progress sat in neat baskets near the windows where the light would be best for close work. The air held the faint scent of lavender and the particular stillness that comes from years of patient, careful handwork. "The thimble," she confirmed when Holmes gently inquired about her missing item, "was my grandmother's most precious possession. She taught me to embroider when I was just a girl, and that thimble guided my fingers through thousands of hours of stitching. Losing it felt like losing a piece of my own history." She led us to the window that overlooked her small back garden, pointing to a rosebush that was just beginning to show the first hints of spring growth despite the continued rain. I found it right there, nestled among the stems, as if it had grown there naturally. At first, I thought perhaps a bird had taken it. You know how they sometimes collect shiny objects for their nests, but it was positioned so carefully, so deliberately, that I couldn't believe it was a mere chance. Holmes examined the garden through the rain-spattered glass with intense concentration. "Mrs. Whitmore, did you notice any disturbance in the soil around the rosebush? Any indication that someone had been working in your garden?" "That's just the thing, Mr. Holmes. The ground showed no signs of digging or disturbance. It was as if the thimble had simply appeared there by magic." I've spent many hours trying to puzzle out how it could have happened. As we continued our rounds through the neighbourhood, visiting Mrs. Fletcher and Mr. Henley, the pattern became increasingly clear and increasingly mysterious. Each theft had been conducted with remarkable skill. No signs of forced entry, no indication of searching or disturbance, simply the careful removal of specific objects that held deep personal significance for their owners. Mrs. Fletcher's china shepherdess had been returned to her doorstep with the same careful attention to preservation that had characterized its theft. The piece was wrapped in soft cloth and nestled in a box that protected it from any possible damage. Whoever returned it, Mrs. Fletcher explained, as she showed us the delicate figurine, understood its value to me. Look how carefully it was packed, how gently it was handled. This isn't the work of someone who sees it merely as a valuable object to be stolen and returned. Mr. Henley's account of his recovered pocket watch proved equally intriguing. The timepiece had reappeared in his coat pocket, with its gold case polished to a gleaming finish and its mechanism cleaned and regulated to perfect accuracy. It's keeping a better time now than it has in years, he admitted with a bemused expression. Whoever took it clearly knew something about watch repair and maintenance. I've been meaning to have it serviced for months, but hadn't gotten around to it. Now it runs like a piece of precision machinery. As we made our way back toward Baker Street, through the continuing rain, I found myself struggling to comprehend the psychology behind such elaborate behavior. Holmes, I'm completely baffled by the motivation here. Why steal objects only to return them in better condition than they were taken? What possible satisfaction could such actions provide? Holmes paused under a lamp-post, seemingly oblivious to the rain that was beginning to soak through our coats. His face wore that expression of intense concentration that I had learned to recognize as indicating the formation of a new theory. Watson, what if we have been approaching this mystery from entirely the wrong direction? What if these aren't thefts at all, but something else? Entirely. Something that requires us to reconsider our fundamental assumptions about the nature of criminal behavior. I'm afraid I don't follow your meaning. Consider the evidence before us. Objects of deep personal significance are temporarily removed from their owners, then returned in improved condition through elaborate and mysterious means. The thefts cause distress, but the returns bring joy and relief. The objects themselves are enhanced rather than damaged by their temporary absence. I felt a growing sense of anticipation as Holmes's reasoning began to unfold. Are you suggesting that these aren't crimes at all, but some sort of benevolent intervention? I'm suggesting, Watson, that we may be dealing with someone who sees themselves not as a thief, but as a guardian, someone who takes temporary custody of treasured objects in order to restore, repair, or enhance them before returning them to their grateful owners. The implications of this theory struck me with sudden force. But Holmes, that would require not only remarkable skill in various crafts, watchmaking, metalwork, china repair, but also an intimate knowledge of our neighbours' daily routines and emotional attachments. Precisely. And it would require someone with access to our entire neighbourhood, someone whose presence would not arouse suspicion, someone who could move freely through our buildings and observe our neighbours' most treasured possessions. As we approached our own building, I found myself seeing the familiar street with new eyes. Somewhere in this quiet corner of London, someone was conducting an elaborate campaign of mysterious benevolence, temporarily claiming objects of personal significance only to return them enhanced and improved. The pearl in Mrs. Hudson's clock was not evidence of a crime, but a gift, a precious object entrusted to our care through an elaborate mechanism designed to ensure its proper appreciation and eventual return to its rightful owner. The rain continued to fall as we climbed the 17 steps to our flat, but I felt a growing warmth that had nothing to do with the prospect of our fireplace and everything to do with the extraordinary human drama we were beginning to uncover in the most ordinary of circumstances. As we settled back into our sitting room that afternoon, shaking the rain from our coats and warming ourselves before the fire, I found my mind turning not to the immediate puzzle before us, but to a memory from my military days that seemed suddenly, inexplicably relevant to our current investigation. The transformation of theft into restoration, of taking into giving, had awakened something deep in my past. A recollection that I had not visited in many months, yet which now demanded attention with the insistence of an old wound responding to changes in the weather. Holmes had taken his usual position in his chair, the mysterious pearl once again resting on the small table between us, catching the firelight in its lustrous depths. He was filling his pipe with that deliberate care that indicated his mind was working through the complex implications of what we had discovered during our neighbourhood canvass. The gentle sounds of Mrs. Hudson moving about in the kitchen below, the steady rhythm of rain against our windows, and the restored chiming of the sitting-room clock created a domestic symphony that should have been purely comforting. Yet something in the nature of our investigation had stirred memories I had thought long settled. "Watson," Holmes said, striking a match and applying it to his pipe, "you seem unusually contemplative this afternoon. Has something in our investigation troubled you?" I considered his question carefully, trying to articulate the connection that my mind was making between our current mystery and events from years past. Not troubled, precisely, but reminded. This business of someone taking precious objects only to return them improved and restored. It brings to mind an incident from my army days that I haven't thought about in some time. Holmes's grey eyes sharpened with interest. Indeed, I find that the resonances between past and present often illuminate both in unexpected ways. Would you care to share this memory? I rose from my chair and moved to the window, gazing out at the rain-washed street while organising thoughts that had been buried beneath years of civilian life. The memory, once summoned, came back with startling clarity. Not just the events themselves, but the emotions, the sense, the particular quality of light that had illuminated one of the most profound lessons in human kindness I had ever witnessed. It was during my service in Afghanistan. I began still looking out at the grey London afternoon, but seeing in my mind's eye the harsh, sun-baked landscape of a military camp nearly a decade past. We had received a group of wounded soldiers from a particularly brutal engagement near Kandahar. I was working in the field hospital, doing what I could to treat injuries that ranged from minor flesh wounds to devastating trauma that would change young men's lives forever. Holmes had set aside his pipe and was listening with the focused attention he brought to any narrative that might illuminate human behaviour and motivation. I could feel his analytical mind working to understand why this particular memory had been triggered by our current investigation. Among the wounded was a young private named Timothy Marsh, barely 19 years old, from a farming family in Yorkshire. He had taken shrapnel in his left shoulder and would recover fully, but at the moment he was in considerable pain and deeply distressed about something beyond his physical injuries. I turned from the window and returned to my chair, the memory now flowing with the vividness that sometimes accompanies long-buried recollections when they finally surface. The warmth of our fire and the comfort of our familiar surroundings seemed to provide a safe haven for exploring the more difficult emotions that this reminiscence carried. Private Marsh kept clutching something in his right hand, clutching it so tightly that his knuckles were white with the effort. When I tried to examine him properly, he became nearly frantic with worry about this object, whatever it was. He was clearly in significant pain, but his concern for this mysterious possession seemed to outweigh his physical discomfort entirely. What was he protecting? Holmes inquired gently. A pocket watch, his father's watch, he eventually told me. It had been damaged in the explosion that wounded him, and he was convinced that it was ruined beyond repair. The case was dented, the crystal was cracked, and most devastating to young Marsh, it had stopped keeping time. To him, that watch represented his connection to home, to his father's memory, to everything he had left behind when he enlisted. The memory of that young soldier's distress was still remarkably vivid, even after all these years. I could recall with perfect clarity the way his eyes had filled with tears when he finally opened his hand to show me the damaged timepiece, and the defeated slump of his shoulders when he whispered that he had failed to protect his father's most precious possession. I had no particular expertise in watch repair, I continued, but I couldn't bear to see this young man's anguish over something that might well be fixable. That evening, after my medical duties were complete, I took the watch to my quarters and spent hours working on it by lamplight, using surgical instruments and techniques I had learned for delicate anatomical work. Holmes leaned forward with evident interest. "Were you able to repair it?" To my amazement, yes. The mechanism was more robust than the damage suggested. The case could be hammered back into shape. The crystal could be replaced with one salvaged from another broken timepiece. And most importantly, the movement itself was largely intact. It took me 3 evenings of careful work, but I was able to restore it to perfect working order. I paused in my narrative, remembering the satisfaction I had felt when the watch began keeping time again, its steady tick marking the passage of seconds with mechanical precision. But more than the technical achievement, I recalled the profound sense of purpose that had driven me through those long hours of delicate work. "The interesting thing, Watson," Holmes observed, "was not the repair itself, but your motivation for undertaking it. You saw beyond the immediate medical needs of your patient to address a deeper form of healing." Exactly. When I returned the watch to Private Marsh the following morning, the transformation in his demeanour was remarkable. He had been withdrawn, almost despondent, despite the fact that his physical wounds were healing well. But when he saw his father's watch restored to its former glory, when he heard it ticking steadily against his ear, something fundamental changed in his outlook. I could still picture the young soldier's face lighting up with joy and relief, the way he had held the watch with trembling hands as if it were made of the most precious material imaginable. The technical achievement of the repair had been satisfying, but the human impact had been profound, in ways I was only beginning to understand at the time. He told me later, I continued, that he had been carrying a terrible burden of guilt. He felt that by allowing his father's watch to be damaged, he had somehow dishonored his father's memory and broken faith with his family. The restoration of the watch represented more than the repair of a mechanical object. It was the restoration of his sense of connection to everything that gave his life meaning. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "And you began to understand that healing extends far beyond the treatment of physical ailments. Indeed, that incident taught me that a physician's responsibilities encompass not just the body, but the entire complex web of emotional and psychological factors that contribute to a patient's well-being. Sometimes the most important medicine we can provide has nothing to do with traditional medical treatment. The fire crackled softly in the grate, and the restored clock on the mantelpiece chimed the hour with its newly returned voice. Outside, the rain continued its gentle percussion, but within our sitting room, the warmth and comfort seemed to encourage deeper reflection on the connections between past experience and present understanding. "Holmes," I said, picking up the mysterious pearl and turning it over in my palm. I find myself wondering whether our mysterious neighborhood benefactor might be motivated by similar impulses. Perhaps they understand, as I learned to understand that evening in Afghanistan, that some forms of healing require attention to objects that carry deep emotional significance. An intriguing parallel, Watson. Continue with your reasoning. Consider what we observed today. Mrs. Whitmore's thimble represented her connection to her grandmother and to generations of careful handwork. Mrs. Fletcher's shepherdess was a treasured reminder of beauty and domestic harmony. Mr. Henley's watch, like Private Marsh's, carried the memory of his father and the continuity of family tradition. In each case, the object's return brought not just relief, but a kind of emotional restoration. Holmes had retrieved his pipe and was drawing on it thoughtfully, the sweet smoke curling around his head as he considered my observations. "You suggest that our mysterious guardian sees these temporary removals not as thefts, but as opportunities for a form of healing that extends beyond the physical restoration of the objects themselves." Precisely. Just as I learned that repairing Private Marsh's watch was really about healing his wounded spirit. Perhaps our neighborhood mystery involves someone who understands that caring for people sometimes means caring for the things that matter most to them. The memory of that young soldier had brought with it other recollections from my military service, moments when I had learned that medicine encompassed far more than surgical skill and pharmaceutical knowledge. The human heart, I had discovered, could be wounded in ways that no scalpel could reach, and healed through kindnesses that had nothing to do with traditional medical practice. There was something else about that incident, I continued, something that seems particularly relevant to our current investigation. When I returned the repaired watch to Private Marsh, I did so quietly, without fanfare or expectation of gratitude. I simply placed it on his bedside table while he slept, so that he would discover it upon waking. There was something profoundly satisfying about that anonymous gift, about providing healing without seeking recognition. "Ah," Holmes said with evident appreciation for the connection I was drawing. "You understood instinctively what our mysterious neighbor seems to have grasped as well, that some forms of kindness are most effective when they appear to come from no identifiable source." Exactly. Private Marsh never knew for certain who had repaired his watch, though I suspect he guessed. But the mystery itself became part of the gift, a reminder that kindness exists in the world even when we cannot identify its source. I found myself thinking about the elaborate nature of the returns we had witnessed throughout the neighborhood. The careful placement of Mrs. Whitmore's thimble among her roses, the proper packaging of Mrs. Fletcher's shepherdess, the anonymous restoration of Mr. Henley's watch to perfect working order. Each gesture had been designed not just to return stolen property, but to create a moment of wonder and gratitude that would linger long after the practical problem had been solved. Holmes, There's something almost magical about the way these returns have been orchestrated. The recipients don't just get their treasures back. They experience a kind of everyday miracle that restores their faith in human goodness. You begin to see why this case has captured my imagination so completely, Watson. We are dealing with someone who understands the deepest principles of human psychology and has developed a systematic approach to improving people's lives through carefully orchestrated acts of mysterious kindness. The rain had begun to intensify again, drumming more insistently against our windows and creating an even cozier atmosphere within our sitting room. I found myself grateful for the warmth of the fire and the comfort of Holmes's companionship as we worked through the complex emotional and philosophical implications of our investigation. But Holmes, I said, considering a new aspect of the puzzle, this level of systematic kindness requires not just understanding and skill, but considerable personal sacrifice. Our mysterious guardian must spend enormous amounts of time observing our neighbours, learning about their treasures, planning this elaborate interventions. What could motivate someone to dedicate themselves so completely to the happiness of strangers? Holmes was quiet for several minutes, staring into the fire with that distant expression that indicated deep contemplation. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a note of something approaching reverence. Watson, I think we may be dealing with someone who has experienced the kind of loss that teaches profound lessons about the fragility and preciousness of human connection. Someone who understands that people invest in objects with emotional significance, precisely because those objects serve as anchors in a world that can be unpredictable and harsh. You mean someone who has lost something precious themselves. More than that, someone who has learned that loss can be transformed into a form of service, that understanding pain can become a pathway to alleviating the pain of others. Our mysterious guardian may be someone who has found healing through the act of healing, who has discovered that the best way to honor their own losses is to prevent others from experiencing similar grief. The profound implications of Holmes's theory settled over me like a warm blanket. We were not dealing with a simple case of theft and return, or even with someone motivated by conventional notions of justice or charity. We were encountering something far more complex and beautiful, a person who had transformed personal suffering into a systematic approach to increasing the happiness and sense of security of an entire neighborhood. Holmes, I said softly, if your theory is correct, then our investigation has taken on dimensions that extend far beyond the solution of a simple mystery. We're exploring questions about the nature of grief, healing, and the ways in which people can transform their own pain into a source of comfort for others. Indeed, Watson. And perhaps that is why the pearl was placed in Mrs. Hudson's clock in such a way that it would inevitably come to our attention. Perhaps our mysterious guardian needs our help, not in escaping justice for supposed crimes, but in completing some larger purpose that requires investigation and understanding beyond what they can accomplish alone. As the afternoon light faded toward evening and the gas lamps began to glow warmly throughout our sitting room, I found myself deeply moved by the human drama we were uncovering. What had begun as a simple request to repair a stopped clock had evolved into an exploration of the most profound questions about human nature, loss, and the possibilities for healing that exist even in the most ordinary circumstances. The pearl continued to rest on the table between us, its lustrous surface catching and reflecting the firelight in ways that seemed almost alive. But now it no longer appears to be simply evidence in a criminal investigation. Instead, it had become a symbol of something far more precious, a representation of the mysterious ways in which human kindness can transform even the most difficult circumstances into opportunities for grace and redemption. The following morning dawned clear and crisp, the persistent rain having finally exhausted itself during the night, leaving Baker Street washed clean and gleaming in the pale spring sunshine. I rose early, drawn to the window by the novel sensation of natural light streaming through glass that had been obscured by grey clouds for so many days. The familiar street appeared almost transformed, the wet cobblestones reflecting the morning sky, the newly washed building facades revealing architectural details that had been muted by the perpetual drizzle, and the air itself seeming to sparkle with the particular clarity that follows a thorough cleansing rain. Holmes was already dressed and seated at our breakfast table when I emerged from my room, but rather than his usual morning newspaper, he was studying a street map of our immediate neighborhood with the focused intensity of a general planning a campaign. The mysterious pearl rested beside his coffee cup, and I could see that he had been making notations on the map. Small marks that I assumed indicated the locations of the various incidents we had investigated. "Good morning, Watson," he said without looking up from his cartographic studies. "I trust you slept well." I find that a night's rest often allows the subconscious mind to organize information in ways that prove illuminating in the bright light of morning. I poured myself tea and settled into my own chair, studying Holmes's annotated map with growing interest. "Have you discovered something significant in the pattern of these mysterious restorations?" "Indeed I have." "Look here," he indicated the small marks with the tip of his pencil. "If we plot the locations of each incident, a fascinating geographical relationship emerges. Mrs. Whitmore at 219, Mrs. Fletcher at 223, Mr. Henley at 225, Mrs. Hudson here at 221B. They form a nearly perfect arc around a central point." I leaned closer to examine the pattern he had identified, and what lies at the center of this arc. The small clockmaker's shop on Dorset Street, just around the corner from Baker Street proper. Hampson and Sons, established 1847, according to the sign in their window. I passed it yesterday during our investigations, but didn't give it particular attention at the time. Now, however, I believe it may prove to be the key to our entire mystery. The significance of this discovery was immediately apparent. A clockmaker's shop would possess the tools and expertise necessary for the delicate repairs we had observed, and its proprietors would likely have knowledge of timepieces throughout the neighborhood, including Mrs. Hudson's treasured clock. "Holmes, do you think the clockmaker might be our mysterious guardian?" "That remains to be determined, Watson. But I believe a visit to Hampson and Sons this morning will prove most instructive. There are questions that need answering, and I suspect that shop contains at least some of the solutions we seek." After breakfast, we set out into the crisp morning air, our spirits lifted by the return of sunshine and the prospect of advancing our investigation. The transformation of the neighborhood was remarkable. Windows that had been shuttered against the rain now stood open to admit the fresh air. Shopkeepers were arranging their wares in outdoor displays, and pedestrians moved with the brisk energy of people celebrating the return of decent weather. Hampson and Sons occupied a narrow building wedged between a tobacco shop and a small lending library, its front window filled with an impressive array of timepieces in various stages of repair and restoration. The gentle ticking that emanated from within created a complex rhythm that seemed to embody the essence of time itself. Dozens of mechanical heartbeats marking the passage of seconds with mathematical precision, yet somehow achieving a harmony that was almost musical. The proprietor, a gentleman of perhaps 60 years, with the slightly stooped posture of someone accustomed to detailed work, looked up from his workbench as we entered. His eyes were magnified by the spectacles he wore for close work, giving him an owlish appearance that was somehow both scholarly and kindly. "Good morning, gentlemen," he said in a voice that carried the measured cadence of someone accustomed to precise work. "I am William Hampson. How may I assist you?" Holmes approached the counter with his characteristic directness. "Mr. Hampson, my name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating some unusual incidents in the neighborhood, incidents that may relate to your particular area of expertise." Mr. Hampson's expression grew cautious, though not unfriendly. "Oh, what sort of incidents?" "The temporary disappearance and subsequent restoration of various timepieces and precious objects. We have reason to believe that whoever is responsible possesses considerable skill in clockwork and mechanical repair." I watched Mr. Hampson's face carefully as Holmes spoke, drawing upon my medical training to observe the subtle signs of emotional response. What I saw was not guilt or evasion, but something closer to sadness mixed with resignation, the expression of someone carrying a burden they had hoped to keep private. "Mr. Holmes," he said slowly, "I wonder if you might be referring to the activities of my grandson, Timothy." Holmes and I exchanged a significant glance. The name Timothy had particular resonance for me, given my recent recollections of Private Timothy Marsh and his damaged watch. "Please, tell us about your grandson," I said gently, adopting the soothing tone I used with patients who needed encouragement to share difficult information. Mr. Hampson removed his spectacles and polished them with a cloth, a gesture that seemed to give him time to organize his thoughts. "Timothy is 16 years old, a bright boy, skilled with his hands, and possessed of an almost supernatural ability to understand mechanical devices. He has been apprenticing with me for the past 2 years, learning the clockmaker's trade." "And has this apprenticeship been successful?" Holmes inquired. "In terms of skill, remarkably so. Timothy has mastered techniques that take most apprentices years to develop, but in other ways." Mr. Hampson's voice trailed off, and he seemed to struggle with how much to reveal. "Mr. Hampson," I said quietly, "we are not here in any official capacity, nor do we wish to cause trouble for you or your grandson. We are simply trying to understand what has been happening in the neighborhood." The old clockmaker's shoulders sagged slightly, as if he had been carrying a weight that he was finally able to set down. "Timothy's parents died in a factory fire 3 years ago. He came to live with me afterward, but the loss has affected him in ways that I'm only beginning to understand. He has developed what I can only describe as an obsession with protecting precious objects, particularly those that hold sentimental value for their owners. Holmes leaned forward with evident interest. How does this obsession manifest itself? He watches people, Mr. Holmes. Not in any harmful way, but with the intensity of someone who's learned that precious things can be lost in an instant. He observes our customers when they bring their timepieces for repair, listening to their stories about family heirlooms and treasured possessions. And when he identifies objects that seem at risk, clocks that are failing, jewelry that needs cleaning, watches that are losing time, he takes it upon himself to intervene. The picture was becoming clearer, and with it came a profound sense of understanding. Timothy was not a thief in any conventional sense, but a guardian driven by trauma to protect others from experiencing the kind of loss he had endured. The mysterious deliveries around the neighborhood, I said. Timothy has been posing as a messenger to gain access to buildings and identify objects in need of restoration. I'm afraid so, Dr. Watson. He's quite small for his age and naturally agile, qualities that serve him well in moving through buildings without attracting attention. His manners are excellent, a result of my late wife's influence, so people tend to trust him instinctively. Holmes had been listening to this explanation with the absorption of someone whose theoretical understanding was being confirmed by factual evidence. And you have been aware of his activities? Mr. Hampson nodded reluctantly. I suspected something unusual was happening when I began finding unfamiliar timepieces and small valuables in my workshop, always accompanied by detailed notes in Timothy's handwriting, describing their provenance and the nature of repairs needed. At first, I thought he was simply bringing me additional work from the neighborhood, but gradually I realized the true nature of his activities. Yet, you allowed them to continue. Mr. Holmes, Timothy has experienced trauma that would devastate many adults. His parents' death taught him that precious things can vanish without warning, leaving only pain and regret. His current behavior, while irregular, seems to provide him with a sense of purpose and control that I was reluctant to disrupt. I found myself deeply moved by the old clockmaker's dilemma. As a medical man, I understood the complex ways in which people respond to grief and trauma, and I could see that Timothy's activities represented a form of healing, both for himself and for the unconscious beneficiaries of his guardianship. Moreover, Mr. Hampson continued, I must admit that his instincts are remarkable. Every object he's brought to me has indeed been in need of attention. Clocks that were on the verge of stopping, jewelry that was tarnishing, watches that were losing accuracy. He seems to possess an almost supernatural ability to identify treasures that are at risk. At that moment, as if summoned by our discussion, the shop's front door opened with a gentle chime, and a slight figure entered carrying a small canvas bag. The young man who stood before us was indeed small for his 16 years, with dark hair that needed cutting and intelligent grey eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. His clothes were neat but well worn, and he moved with the quick, economical grace that Mrs. Patterson had compared to a cat. Timothy stopped short when he saw Holmes and me standing with his grandfather, his expression shifting rapidly from surprise to wariness to something approaching resignation. "Grandfather," he said quietly, "I see we have visitors." "Timothy," Mr. Hampson said gently, "these gentlemen are Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. They have been investigating the neighborhood incidents, and I believe it's time we discussed your activities openly." The young man set down his canvas bag and regarded us with a maturity that seemed far beyond his years. "I suppose this was inevitable," he said, with a sigh that contained more weariness than any 16-year-old should possess. "I've been wondering when someone would begin to see the pattern Holmes approached Timothy with the same careful respect he might show to any adult whose cooperation he needed. Timothy, we are not here to condemn your actions, but to understand them. Would you be willing to explain what motivated you to begin this unusual form of guardianship?" Timothy looked uncertainly at his grandfather, who nodded encouragingly. "I suppose there's no point in trying to hide it now," the young man said. "It began about 6 months after I came to live with my grandfather. I was helping him with repairs one day when an elderly woman brought in her husband's pocket watch, the same watch you have there in your waistcoat, Dr. Watson. I started in surprise, my hand unconsciously moving to check the timepiece I had inherited from my own father. Not that specific watch, Timothy clarified with a slight smile, but one very similar. She explained that it had belonged to her late husband, and that it had stopped working shortly after his funeral. She was distraught, convinced that its silence meant she was losing her last connection to his memory. "And you were able to repair it?" I asked. "Grandfather taught me how." "It was a simple mainspring replacement, really. But when we returned the watch to her, and she heard it ticking again, her joy was so profound, so transformative, that I realized I had witnessed something remarkable. We hadn't just repaired a timepiece, we had restored a piece of her heart." Holmes was listening with rapt attention, his analytical mind clearly working to understand the psychological foundations of Timothy's behavior. "That experience taught me something important," Timothy continued. "People invest in objects with emotional significance that goes far beyond their material value. When those objects fail or become damaged, their owners experience a form of grief that is very real and very painful. But unlike other forms of loss, this grief can often be healed through skilled intervention. So you began watching for objects that might need such intervention," Holmes prompted gently. "At first, just among grandfather's regular customers. But gradually I realized that many people are unaware when their treasures are beginning to fail. They don't notice that a clock is losing time, or that a piece of jewelry is tarnishing, or that a mechanical device is developing problems that will soon render it useless. By the time they recognize the difficulty, it's often too late for simple repairs. I found myself remembering my own experience with Private Marsh's damaged watch, and how the young soldier's distress had motivated me to attempt repairs that were well beyond my normal medical duties." "Timothy," I said, "your grandfather mentioned that your parents died in a factory fire. Has their loss influenced your current activities?" The young man's expression grew thoughtful, and for a moment his carefully maintained composure wavered slightly. "My parents' death taught me how suddenly precious things can be lost. But it also taught me that sometimes loss can be prevented through careful attention and timely intervention. I cannot bring back my parents, but I can perhaps prevent others from experiencing the kind of regret that comes from failing to protect what matters most." The profundity of this statement struck me with considerable force. Timothy had transformed his own grief into a systematic approach to preventing similar grief in others, a form of healing that benefited both the giver and the receiver. "The pearl we found in Mrs. Hudson's clock," Holmes said, producing the lustrous sphere from his pocket. "Can you tell us about this particular object?" Timothy's eyes grew bright with recognition. "Ah, yes. That belonged to Mrs. Eleanor Whitfield on Montague Street. It was part of a necklace that had been broken in a household accident. The strand snapped, and the pearls scattered across the floor. Mrs. Whitfield managed to recover most of them, but this one had rolled under a heavy cabinet where she couldn't reach it. She was heartbroken because the necklace had been her mother's wedding gift." "And how did you come to possess it?" "I was making a delivery to her neighbour when I overheard her telling a friend about the loss. The necklace was being restrung at a jewellery shop in Piccadilly, but it would never be complete without this missing pearl. So I retrieved it from under the cabinet and had grandfather clean and polish it to match the others perfectly." "But why place it in Mrs. Hudson's clock, rather than returning it directly to Mrs. Whitfield?" Timothy smiled with obvious pride in his elaborate solution. "Mrs. Whitfield lives alone and is quite elderly. I was concerned that a direct approach might frighten her. But I knew that Mrs. Hudson would seek help for her stopped clock, and I was reasonably certain that help would come from you, Mr. Holmes. I hoped you would be able to trace the pearl to its rightful owner and arrange its return in a way that would not cause alarm or embarrassment." The elegant complexity of this plan filled me with admiration for the young man's psychological insight. He had understood not only the practical problem of returning stolen property, but also the emotional dynamics that would make such a return most effective and least traumatic for all concerned. As the morning light streamed through the clockmaker's front window, illuminating the countless timepieces that surrounded us with their gentle, rhythmic symphony, I found myself deeply moved by this encounter with a form of heroism that was both humble and extraordinary. Timothy had taken his own profound loss and transformed it into a calling that brought comfort and security to an entire neighborhood, all while remaining invisible and unrecognized for his remarkable service. The mystery of the clock that would not chime had been solved, but in its solution we had discovered something far more valuable than the answer to a puzzle. We had encountered a demonstration of the transformative power of compassion and the remarkable ways in which human beings can respond to tragedy by dedicating themselves to preventing others from experiencing similar pain. The remainder of that morning in Hampson and Sons proved to be one of the most remarkable experiences of my association with Holmes. Not for any dramatic revelation or brilliant deduction, but for the quiet transformation of what might have been a confrontation into something approaching a collaboration as Timothy finished explaining his elaborate scheme to return Mrs. Whitfield's missing pearl. I found myself studying the young man with the professional interest of a physician, observing a patient whose symptoms had revealed themselves to be indicators of an entirely different condition than originally suspected. "Timothy," Holmes said thoughtfully, settling into a chair that Mr. Hampson had offered him near the workshop's main bench, "I find myself in the unusual position of investigating activities that, while technically irregular, appear to be motivated by the highest principles of human compassion. This creates a certain complications in determining the appropriate response. The young man regarded Holmes with obvious intelligence and no small amount of apprehension. "I understand, Mr. Holmes. I never intended to cause alarm or to break any laws. I simply saw needs that weren't being met and possessions that were at risk, and I felt compelled to act." "The compulsion to act," I interjected gently, drawing upon my medical understanding of trauma responses, "is often a healthy sign in someone who's experienced significant loss. It suggests that rather than withdrawing from the world, you have chosen to engage more deeply with it." Mr. Hampson had been listening to our conversation while continuing his work on a delicate mantel clock, his hands moving with the practiced precision of decades of experience, even as his attention remained focused on the discussion of his grandson's activities. "Dr. Watson," he said, looking up from his work, "Timothy's interventions have caused me considerable concern. But I must admit, they have also filled me with pride. The boy has developed skills and insights that go far beyond clockwork mechanics." Holmes leaned forward with evident interest. "In what way?" "His ability to assess the emotional significance of objects is remarkable. He can look at a timepiece and not only identify its mechanical needs, but also understand what it means to its owner, and predict how its loss or malfunction will affect them psychologically. This observation struck me as particularly significant. As a medical man, I had learned to recognize the profound ways in which people's physical health is influenced by their emotional state. And I could see that Timothy had developed a similar understanding of the relationship between material objects and psychological well-being. "Timothy," I said, "would you be willing to show us some examples of your work? I confess I'm curious about the practical techniques you've developed." The young man's eyes brightened with obvious enthusiasm, and for the first time since our arrival, his guarded demeanor gave way to something approaching excitement. "Of course, Dr. Watson." "Grandfather, might I show them Mrs. Fletcher's shepherdess?" Mr. Hampson nodded approvingly and gestured toward a workbench near the rear of the shop. "Timothy has been working on that piece for the better part of a week. The restoration has been quite remarkable." We followed Timothy to the indicated workbench, where a delicate china shepherdess stood amid an array of tiny tools and containers of various restoration compounds. The figurine was exquisite, perhaps 8 inches tall, depicting a young woman in 18th century dress tending a small flock of sheep. The craftsmanship was clearly of the highest quality, but even my untrained eye could see evidence of careful repair work. Mrs. Fletcher's shepherdess had suffered several small chips and hairline cracks, Timothy explained, his voice taking on the confidence of an expert discussing his specialty. The damage wasn't immediately obvious, but it was progressive, the kind of deterioration that would eventually lead to complete failure if left unaddressed. Holmes examined the piece with his magnifying glass, studying the nearly invisible repair work with obvious admiration. "The restoration is remarkable. I can barely detect the areas that have been mended. The key," Timothy continued, clearly pleased by Holmes's appreciation, "is understanding not just the technical requirements of the repair, but the emotional needs of the owner. Mrs. Fletcher told me, well, she told her neighbour, and I overheard, that this shepherdess was a wedding gift from her late husband. It represents not just material value, but decades of shared memories and continuing connection to someone she loved deeply. I found myself deeply moved by the young man's insight into the psychology of attachment and loss. His understanding went far beyond the mechanical aspects of restoration to encompass the complex emotional dynamics that make certain objects irreplaceable in their owners' hearts. So when you removed the shepherdess from Mrs. Fletcher's home, Holmes observed, you were not stealing a valuable object, but temporarily protecting a treasured memory from permanent loss. Exactly, Mr. Holmes. The damage was subtle, but progressive. Within months, perhaps weeks, the piece would have deteriorated beyond repair. By taking it now, while restoration was still possible, I was preventing Mrs. Fletcher from experiencing the kind of permanent loss that I know can be devastating. The morning light streaming through the shop's front window had intensified as we spoke, creating an almost ethereal atmosphere among the countless timepieces that surrounded us. The complex symphony of ticking had become a comforting background to our conversation, and I found myself reflecting on the profound irony that this investigation into temporal mysteries was taking place in a setting where time itself seemed to be celebrated and preserved in dozens of different mechanical forms. Timothy, I said, considering the broader implications of what we had learned, have you given thought to the future of these activities? While your motivations are admirable, the methods you've employed could potentially create legal difficulties if they were to be discovered by less understanding authorities. The young man's expression grew thoughtful, and I could see that this question had already occurred to him. I have been thinking about that, Dr. Watson. The current approach was born out of necessity. I saw needs that weren't being met and felt compelled to act immediately. But I recognize that it's not sustainable in the long term. Holmes had been examining several other restored pieces on Timothy's workbench, and I could see his analytical mind working through the practical challenges that the young man's calling presented. Timothy, what if there were a way to continue your work, perhaps even expand it, through entirely legitimate channels? What do you mean, Mr. Holmes? Consider this. Your grandfather's shop is clearly well established and respected in the neighbourhood. What if Hampson and Sons were to offer a new service, perhaps a form of preventive maintenance for treasured objects, regular inspection and care for family heirlooms, sentimental jewellery, inherited timepieces, and similar items of emotional significance? Mr. Hampson looked up from his work with evident interest. An intriguing suggestion, Mr. Holmes. We already provide such services formally for our regular customers, but a more systematic approach. Precisely, Holmes continued. Timothy has demonstrated remarkable skill, not only in restoration techniques, but in identifying objects at risk and understanding their emotional importance to their owners. These abilities could form the foundation of a legitimate business that serves the same protective function as his current activities, but with the full knowledge and consent of the object owners. I felt a growing excitement as I began to see the possibilities that Holmes's suggestion opened. It would be a form of medical practice for treasured objects, preventive care, designed to maintain both their physical condition and their ability to provide emotional comfort to their owners. Timothy's eyes had begun to shine with obvious enthusiasm. Dr. Watson, that's exactly how I think about it. These objects are not just mechanical devices or decorative items. They're repositories of memory and connection. Caring for them properly is a form of caring for the people who depend on them for emotional sustenance. Moreover, Holmes added, such a service would allow you to work openly with object owners, learning their stories and understanding the full significance of the items you're protecting. The knowledge you've gained through observation could be expanded through direct conversation and collaboration. Mr. Hampson had set aside his work entirely now, his attention fully engaged by the possibilities we were discussing. Timothy, this could be the beginning of an entirely new approach to our trade. We could offer not just repair services, but comprehensive care for objects of sentimental value. A form of guardianship that ensures precious things are protected before problems develop. And I added, drawing upon my medical experience with preventive care, you could establish regular schedules for inspection and maintenance, ensuring that potential problems are identified and addressed before they become serious. It would be like having a physician for treasured objects. Timothy had moved to the window and was gazing out at Baker Street with an expression of wonder and growing possibility. It would mean I could continue the work that feels so important to me, but without the secrecy and the risk of misunderstanding. I could help people protect their treasures openly with their full knowledge and gratitude. Indeed, Holmes said. And it would allow you to expand your protective services, to include people who might not yet realize their treasures are at risk. A systematic approach to preventive care could identify and address problems throughout the neighborhood, throughout London, potentially, in ways that your current methods, however well-intentioned, could never achieve. The conversation that followed proved to be one of the most satisfying planning sessions I had ever participated in. Together, we began to outline the practical details of what Timothy had immediately christened Heritage Protection Services, a new division of Hampson and Sons that would specialize in the care and preservation of objects with deep, sentimental value. The service would begin with a comprehensive assessment of each client's treasured possessions, identifying items that required immediate attention as well as those that would benefit from ongoing preventive care. Timothy's remarkable ability to understand the emotional significance of objects would allow him to prioritize efforts based not just on material value, but on psychological importance to the owners. We could offer different levels of service, Timothy suggested, with growing excitement. Basic inspections for people who simply want peace of mind, comprehensive restoration for items that have already suffered damage, and ongoing maintenance contracts for families who want to ensure their heirlooms remain in perfect condition for future generations. Mr. Hampson nodded approvingly. And we could partner with other specialists, jewelers for precious metals and stones, furniture restorers for wooden pieces, textile experts for fabric items. Timothy's gift for understanding what matters most to people could coordinate an entire network of preservation specialists. Holmes had been listening to these planning discussions with evident satisfaction, and I could see that he was pleased not only with the practical solution we had developed, but with the way it honored both Timothy's calling and the legitimate concerns about his previous methods. "There is one more matter we must address," Holmes said, producing the lustrous pearl from his pocket. "Mrs. Whitfield's missing pearl must be returned to complete her mother's necklace." Timothy, Would you be willing to arrange this return in a way that avoids any awkward questions about how the pearl was originally acquired? Timothy considered the question carefully. I think the most natural approach would be for grandfather to contact Mrs. Whitfield directly. He could explain that a pearl matching the description of her missing one was brought to our shop by someone who found it in the street. Not uncommon when jewellery breaks outdoors. He could offer to examine it alongside her necklace to confirm whether it belongs to her set. An excellent solution, I agreed. It provides Mrs. Whitfield with her missing pearl, while establishing a natural reason for your grandfather to meet her and potentially discuss heritage protection services. Mr. Hampson smiled with obvious appreciation for his grandson's diplomatic skills. Timothy, you continue to amaze me with your ability to find solutions that satisfy everyone's needs while avoiding unnecessary complications. As the morning progressed toward noon, we worked out the final details of Timothy's transition from secret guardian to legitimate protector of treasured objects. The transformation felt almost magical. What had begun as an investigation into mysterious thefts had evolved into the birth of an entirely new form of business that could serve the same protective function Timothy had been providing, but with complete transparency and community support. "Dr. Watson," Timothy said as we prepared to take our leave, "I want to thank you for understanding what I was trying to accomplish, even when my methods were irregular. Your comparison to medical practice has helped me see how my calling could become a genuine profession." "Timothy," I replied, "your instincts about the connection between material objects and emotional well-being are remarkably sophisticated. The world needs people who understand that caring for things people treasure is really a form of caring for the people themselves." Holmes had been examining one final timepiece on Mr. Hampson's workbench, a pocket watch that looked remarkably similar to the one I had repaired for Private Marsh all those years ago. "Mr. Hampson, might I ask about this particular piece?" "Ah, that belongs to a young clerk from the bank on Marylebone Road. His grandfather's watch stopped working last week, and he was quite distressed about it. The mechanism is more complex than most pocket watches of its era, but Timothy has been making remarkable progress with the restoration." I moved closer to examine the watch, and indeed, its construction was unusually sophisticated for a timepiece that appeared to be several decades old. The case was gold-plated rather than solid gold, suggesting it had belonged to someone of modest means, who had nonetheless invested in the best craftsmanship they could afford. "The interesting thing," Timothy added, "is that the watch is keeping perfect time mechanically, but the owner insists it's running slow." I finally realized that the problem isn't with the mechanism. It's with the emotional rhythm of his life. Since his grandfather's death, time has felt different to him, less meaningful, and he's projecting that feeling onto the watch itself. This observation struck me as remarkably perceptive. So the real restoration needed is not mechanical, but psychological. Exactly. When I return the watch, I plan to share some of the stories my grandfather has told me about the importance of timepieces in marking life's significant moments. I want to help him understand that his grandfather's watch isn't just keeping time. It's maintaining a connection across generations. As we finally prepared to leave Hampson and Sons, I found myself filled with a profound sense of satisfaction that had little to do with the solution of our original mystery, and everything to do with the human connections we had discovered and strengthened. Timothy's story had reminded me that healing comes in many forms, and that sometimes the most important medicine we can provide has nothing to do with conventional treatment. The spring sunshine had grown warmer during our visit, and Baker Street was now bustling with the activity of people taking advantage of the improved weather. But as Holmes and I walked back toward our lodgings, I felt that we were carrying with us something more valuable than the solution to a puzzle. We had witnessed the transformation of pain into purpose, of loss into a calling to protect others from similar loss. "Watson," Holmes said as we climbed the 17 steps to our flat, "this has been one of the most satisfying investigations of my career, precisely because it required us to understand not just what happened, but why it mattered to the people involved." "Indeed, Holmes. And I believe we can look forward to seeing Timothy's work continue and expand, but now with the full support and understanding of the community he has been serving so faithfully." As we settled back into our sitting room, the restored clock chiming the noon hour with its familiar brass voice, I reflected on the elegant way in which this case had resolved itself. Mrs. Hudson's clock was keeping perfect time. The mysterious pearl would soon be reunited with Mrs. Whitfield's treasured necklace, and Timothy had found a way to transform his calling into a legitimate profession that could serve even more people in even more meaningful ways. The afternoon that followed proved equally instructive as we accompanied Timothy on his first official Heritage Protection Services consultation. Mrs. Whitfield, a sprightly woman of perhaps 70 years, received us in her parlour with the kind of gracious hospitality that spoke of a lifetime spent welcoming guests and making them comfortable. Her sitting room was a testament to a life well lived. Family photographs arranged on every available surface, delicate lace doilies protecting polished wood furniture, and an atmosphere of gentle refinement that suggested decades of careful attention to domestic beauty. When Mr. Hampson presented the recovered pearl with his carefully prepared explanation about its discovery, Mrs. Whitfield's reaction was everything we had hoped for. Her hands trembled slightly as she held the lustrous sphere up to the afternoon light, and I could see tears gathering in her eyes as she contemplated the completion of her mother's necklace. "Oh, my dear Mr. Hampson," she said in a voice thick with emotion, "you cannot imagine what this means to me. This necklace has been broken for nearly 3 months, and I had quite given up hope of ever seeing it whole again. My mother wore it on her wedding day, and I had always dreamed of passing it down to my granddaughter, complete and perfect." Timothy had positioned himself near the window where he could observe Mrs. Whitfield's collection of small treasures, a china tea set, several pieces of silver jewellery, and a delicate music box that clearly held special significance. I watched him cataloguing not just the objects themselves, but their placement, their condition, and most importantly, the way Mrs. Whitfield's eyes lingered on certain pieces with obvious affection. "Mrs. Whitfield," Timothy said with the respectful formality that seemed to come naturally to him, "I couldn't help but notice that beautiful music box on your mantelpiece. It appears to be quite old and remarkably well preserved." Her face brightened immediately. "Oh, yes, that belonged to my great-aunt Caroline. It plays the most beautiful waltz, or at least it used to. The mechanism seems to have grown sluggish lately, and I've been afraid to wind it too tightly for fear of damaging it further. Timothy approached the music box with the careful attention of a physician examining a patient. Would you mind if I took a closer look? I specialize in the restoration of mechanical items with sentimental value, and I might be able to assess whether the mechanism could benefit from cleaning and adjustment. As Timothy examined the music box with his practiced eye, explaining to Mrs. Whitfield exactly what he was observing and what could be done to restore its function, I found myself witnessing the birth of something truly remarkable. This was no longer a young man conducting secret interventions driven by compulsion and guilt. This was a professional craftsman offering specialized services to a grateful client who understood and appreciated his unique abilities. The mechanism is actually in excellent condition, Timothy explained, his voice carrying the confidence of genuine expertise. The sluggishness you've noticed is caused by old lubricants that have thickened over time. A careful cleaning and re-lubrication would restore it to perfect function, and I could also adjust the spring tension to ensure it plays at the proper tempo. Mrs. Whitfield clasped her hands together with obvious delight. Oh, would you really? I haven't heard Aunt Caroline's waltz in such a long time, and it would bring me such joy to hear it again. Moreover, Timothy continued, I could establish a maintenance schedule to ensure that both the music box and your other treasured pieces remain in perfect condition for years to come. Preventive care is so much more effective than waiting until problems develop. As we walked back through the afternoon sunshine toward Baker Street, I found myself reflecting on the extraordinary transformation we had witnessed. Timothy had found his calling. Mrs. Whitfield had recovered her pearl and discovered a guardian for her treasures, and the neighborhood had gained a valuable new service that would protect countless precious objects from the kind of loss that could never be fully repaired. Holmes, I said as we approached our familiar doorway, this case has reminded me that sometimes the most important mysteries are not about crimes committed, but about understanding the complex ways in which people find meaning and connection in a world that can often seem unpredictable and harsh. Indeed, Watson, and it is demonstrated that the most satisfying solutions are those that honor both the practical needs and the emotional realities of everyone involved. Holmes paused at our door, looking back down Baker Street toward the clockmaker's shop, where Timothy was undoubtedly already beginning his new career as a legitimate protector of treasured objects. I suspect that young man will accomplish far more good through his heritage protection services than we could ever achieve through conventional detective work. He has found a way to prevent the kind of losses that create the very crimes we are usually called upon to solve. As we climbed the 17 steps to our flat, I could hear Mrs. Hudson humming contentedly in her kitchen, the sound mingling with the steady chime of her restored clock to create a domestic harmony that seemed to embody everything we had learned about the importance of protecting the things that make life meaningful and beautiful. The mystery of the clock that would not chime had been solved. But more importantly, we had discovered that sometimes the most important investigations are not about solving crimes, but about understanding the complex and beautiful ways in which human beings respond to loss, love, and the precious objects that connect us to our deepest memories and most cherished relationships. As I write these final words, by the gentle light of our gas lamps, the spring evening settling like a comfortable blanket over Baker Street, I find myself filled with a profound sense of contentment that extends far beyond the simple satisfaction of having solved another mystery. The clock on our mantelpiece, Mrs. Hudson's cherished timepiece, chimes the quarter hour with its restored voice, and each brass note seems to carry with it echoes of all we have learned about the delicate relationships between time, memory, and the objects that anchor our hearts to the people and moments that give life its deepest meaning. Holmes sits in his chair across from me, pipe smoke curling around his head as he reads through some correspondence that arrived with the evening post. The familiar scene, the firelight dancing across the walls, the comfortable silence between old friends, the gentle sounds of domestic life continuing its eternal rhythms, fills me with gratitude for the countless small blessings that surround us each day, often unnoticed, until circumstances conspire to make us suddenly, startlingly aware of their precious fragility. This case has taught me something profound about the nature of healing and the countless forms it can take. As a medical man, I have long understood that true health encompasses far more than the mere absence of disease. It requires a harmony between physical well-being, emotional balance, and spiritual contentment that can be disrupted by influences that have nothing to do with conventional pathology. But until this week, I had not fully grasped how deeply people's sense of security and connection to their past can be threatened by the failure or loss of objects that carry emotional significance far beyond their material value. Mrs. Hudson's distress at her silent clock was not simply about the inconvenience of not knowing the precise time. It was about the threatened loss of a daily reminder of her late husband's presence in her life. The gentle chime that marked each quarter hour had become, over the years, a voice that spoke to her of continuity, of love that transcends death, of the mysterious ways in which the material world can serve as a bridge between the living and the beloved dead. Similarly, each of our neighbours who had experienced the temporary loss and mysterious return of treasured objects had been confronting, however unconsciously, their own mortality and the fragility of the connections that make life meaningful. Mrs. Whitmore's thimble represented not just her grandmother's memory, but the entire tradition of careful handwork that had been passed down through generations of women in her family. Mrs. Fletcher's china shepherdess embodied decades of shared domestic happiness with her late husband. Mr. Henley's pocket watch carried his father's presence with him through each day, marking time not just in minutes and hours, but in the continuation of family tradition and masculine identity. Timothy, in his remarkable wisdom, had understood intuitively what I was only now beginning to grasp intellectually, that caring for these objects was really a form of caring for the people who depended on them for emotional sustenance. His interventions had been acts of profound compassion, motivated by his own experience of devastating loss and his determination to protect others from experiencing similar grief. The young man's story has reminded me of a fundamental truth that I first learned during my military service, but had perhaps allowed to become obscured by the routines of civilian life. That healing is not simply about repairing what is broken, but about understanding why the breakage matters and what restoration can accomplish beyond the merely mechanical. When I spent those long evenings working to repair Private Marsh's damaged watch, I was not simply fixing a timepiece. I was restoring a young soldier's sense of connection to home, family, and the continuity of identity that trauma can so easily shatter. Timothy's calling to protect treasured objects represents the same fundamental impulse translated into a different sphere of action. Where I learned to heal bodies and minds wounded by war, he has dedicated himself to healing the relationships between people and the material anchors that keep their deepest emotions secure. His Heritage Protection Services, as we have christened his new legitimate enterprise, will undoubtedly prevent countless experiences of the kind of loss that can never be fully repaired. The regret that comes from failing to protect something precious until it is too late. But, perhaps even more importantly, Timothy's work will serve as a reminder to those he serves that their treasures are worthy of protection, that the emotional connections they represent are valid and valuable, and that there are people in the world who understand the profound significance of what might appear to others as merely sentimental attachments to material objects. Holmes has often observed that the most interesting cases are those that reveal the extraordinary complexity hidden beneath apparently simple circumstances, and this investigation has certainly proved his point. What began as a straightforward request to repair a stopped clock evolved into an exploration of grief, healing, community, and the remarkable ways in which human beings can transform personal suffering into service to others. I find myself thinking particularly of young Timothy's psychological insight into the nature of sentimental attachment. His understanding that objects can serve as repositories of memory and connection, that their loss or damage can inflict genuine emotional trauma, and that their protection and restoration can provide profound comfort. This wisdom seems to me remarkably sophisticated for someone so young, yet perhaps it required the fresh perspective of youth, combined with a depth of understanding that only significant loss can provide, to see these relationships with such clarity. The transformation of Timothy's activities from secret interventions to legitimate professional services has satisfied not only the practical requirements of avoiding legal complications, but also the deeper human need for recognition and community support. His work can now be acknowledged, appreciated, and celebrated, rather than hidden and worried over. Mrs. Whitfield's delight at discovering someone who understood the importance of her treasures and could help protect them was genuinely moving to witness. Moreover, the establishment of Heritage Protection Services represents something genuinely innovative in the commercial landscape of our neighborhood. A business based not simply on repairing things that have already broken, but on understanding and preserving the emotional relationships that make certain objects irreplaceable. It is, as I suggested to Timothy, a form of medical practice for treasured possessions, designed to maintain both their physical condition and their capacity to provide emotional comfort. As the evening has progressed, and the gas lamps have cast their warm glow across our sitting room, I have found myself reflecting on the broader implications of what we have learned. In a world that often seems increasingly complex and unpredictable, where the pace of change can make even familiar surroundings feel uncertain, There is something deeply comforting about the idea that there are people like Timothy who dedicate themselves to protecting the anchors that keep us connected to our deepest sense of identity and belonging. Holmes has just looked up from his correspondence and caught me gazing contemplatively into the fire. "Watson," he says with that slight smile that indicates he has been following my thoughts more closely than his apparent absorption in his letters might have suggested, "you appear to be conducting some rather serious reflections this evening." "Indeed, Holmes. This case has given me much to think about regarding the nature of healing and the many forms it can take. I find myself grateful not only for the mystery we were able to solve, but for the reminder it has provided about the importance of paying attention to the small things that make life meaningful." Ah, yes, the small things. Holmes sets aside his letters and reaches for his pipe, settling back in his chair with the contentment of a man who has found satisfaction in work well done. "I confess, Watson, that this investigation has reminded me of something I sometimes forget in the pursuit of more dramatic crimes. That the greatest service we can provide is often not the apprehension of criminals, but the understanding and protection of what makes ordinary people's lives worth living." As I bring this account to a close, the clock chimes 10 o'clock with perfect clarity and precision, its brass voice filling our sitting room with the kind of domestic harmony that can seem, after a week of mysteries and revelations, almost magical in its simple reliability. Mrs. Hudson has long since retired to her quarters below, secure in the knowledge that her husband's clock will continue to mark the passage of time with faithful regularity, just as it did throughout their years together. Tomorrow, Timothy will begin his new career as a legitimate guardian of treasured objects, bringing his remarkable skills and insights to bear in service of a community that can now openly appreciate and support his calling. Mrs. Whitfield's necklace will be complete again, her mother's wedding pearls restored to their proper unity. The music box that belonged to her great-aunt Caroline will once again play its gentle waltz, filling her parlour with melodies that carry the voices of loved ones across the years. And here in our sitting room at 221B Baker Street, Holmes and I will continue our work of understanding the complex puzzles that human life presents, knowing now more clearly than ever that the most important mysteries are often not about crimes to be solved, but about the precious relationships between people and people, between people and objects, between present and past, that require protection, nurturing, and sometimes restoration when they have been damaged by the inevitable challenges that life brings. The fire is burning low now, and the spring evening has settled into the peaceful quiet that promises restful sleep and tomorrow's new possibilities. As I close this journal and prepare to retire, I carry with me a profound sense of gratitude for the reminder this case has provided, that healing comes in many forms, that service to others can transform personal loss into communal blessing, and that sometimes the most important work we can do is simply to pay attention to the things that matter most to the people around us, protecting and preserving the small anchors that keep us all connected to love, memory, and hope. The clock chimes the half-hour as I set down my pen, its voice a gentle benediction on a case that began with silence and ended with the restoration of time's eternal song.